All right. Sorry about that. Let's get started. Welcome everyone. I hope everyone's going well tonight. Let's jump straight into it. We're continuing off where we left on Monday. I've given this a little bit more of a thought, and I'm going to really shrink this down. So what I want to do is, we've got the vast majority of what we require. We could get this into a loop. So it loops through certain conditions, and we should be happy with that. So all right. Oops. Wrong screen. And then someone is back. All right. No, I just need the name tutor. Just need something like this. All right, cool. What I want to do is I want to have like a name. I think what I want is a name tuple. And now I've got them in our unit tests somewhere. So we've got the student name, age, date, birth. So student. All right. Yep. Kind of like. Yeah, like that. And then we should be able to... So it's been a while since I've actually had to use these, so give me a couple of seconds whilst I refigure it out. The student age is... And then S... No... Access in the name. Yep, alright, cool. Yeah, that's what we want. Alright. Sweet. So I'm just going to copy this for. We'll need to import the collection. So from collections named named tubes. So we're on 27. So down here, from collections import name tuple. Easy done. And then we're just going to go down here. So we'll have a... Oops. You okay there, Socks? You like just absolutely kicked my hand for no reason. I'm just going to put this in here for reference. Just so I don't have to fling back and forth. Alright, so... What we want to do is we want to set up an object, and this might be query structure equals named tuple. And we're going to call it query structure. And then we've got the fields. So I don't know what fields we'll need at the moment. We'll go through that right now as we're building all of this up. So we'll still have the Spring object list. This will occur outside of it. We'll have a bunch of different objects in here. So we'll have a... trying to think what we need exactly. I could probably put all of that up there. Let's just go. Query permutations. All right, sweet. And we're on our first ad break for this evening. So for those on YouTube, we run ads every half an hour. On Twitch, don't worry, you don't get ads. We just do this, and you get to say hi to Socks. Say hi, Socks. No. No, she's a bit angry at the moment because I didn't chase her outside because it was dark and cold and I knew she was going to run up onto the roof. And I was like, no. But now she just wants love. Alright, there it goes, socks. Yeah, just gonna rub your butt. And you're like, no butt rubs. Don't like the butt rubs. We've got about 30 seconds of the ads left. Alright. And welcome back, everyone. We'll keep it on socks for a little bit longer, though she likes to move out of the way. So we'll have query permutations, and then inside here what we'll have is we'll have the query structure, and we'll set it up like this. All good and dandy. Destination. We'll just put project for the moment. Yeah, it'll be as simple as that. And then what we want to do is for permutation in query permutations, and this is where I need to cut this out. I'm gonna put this above here. In fact, I'm just gonna, that should be the first thing that happens. So I'll comment it up in a minute. I just need to get this out, get it done, and then we'll actually tighten up the code. So straight off the bat, what I want to do is I want to grab this, actually. 90 minus 55 is 35. Yes. Plus 1 is 36. All right. Now the object results. It's going to go up here. That's us just declaring where we're going to put it because we're going to add stuff to it. So you can see us extend it down here and so forth like that. That's what we'll be doing. Socks, don't, please. So, sorry. What we're doing is we're doing each object and this is where we might need to do it in multiple parts. Okay. So let's get our first query up and running. So let's go results equals, and it'll be something like, we've got a helper, which we could potentially use. We did set up the helper the last time. I'm just going to minimize all of this. I'm going to scroll up to our NearBeach. I'm going to open up our NearBeach. We've got our utils. We've got our enums. It's technically not an enum. Oh, why did I put it under there? This would be objects. Like that. All right, cool. And then I just need to, yeah, I just need to insert a new file. Like that. All right, so we're happy with that. So we've got the object status dictionary. Which gives us... oh, I don't need that. And then we've got the object dictionary. So at the moment, I don't think this has been used anywhere. But just wondering, how would I set this up? There's a couple of ways. I can make a bunch of functions and then those functions get called every single time I loop through the thing. Or I could set this up so we essentially have a new class, and then inside that class it'll set up all of our information, so we just reference it. I kind of like that idea. And then essentially we'll still have this object dictionary where we source everything from it, but it will have other things in there too, being like title and so forth like that. And it'll output that particular field, which is kind of what I want. So, yeah. All right, so what do I mean by that? So if we do a class in here, we'll go, let's say object dictionary, we'll have a dict, and so forth like that. In here, we'll have like a def, we'll init, do something, why not, yep, I'm just making this up as we go along. But we might have a get object, in which case it will return the object, and so forth like that. Yeah, I kind of like to do it like that, and that way I just key in the value. And I know I've done this before somewhere else. I'm trying to remember. I think it was the original search. So give me a couple of seconds. I am going to try and find it. Yeah, so we've got the search objects where we've got this set up like this and all that kind of stuff, and the results. And when they're in it, we've got the search form coming through, and then it does a bunch of stuff. That way, when we do the, we get the stuff, it has everything all set up. So we're not constantly filtering through stuff. We are using a little bit more memory, but that being said, that should be fine because we set it up, we utilize it, and then we just write straight away how we want it to. And I can see us using this elsewhere too. We've also got not every single object set up in there, which is fine. But let's go and have a look at how we would set this up. So we would, for example, need an object. So we need this to come back from that class. We'll need to know what the ID will be fine. Yeah, we've got the destination. That's fine. That's all fine. That will be fine. Stay. Folks, you missed out. This will be fine. This will be fine. Object assignment. This will be importing that. Sprint object assignment results. Yeah, that will be fine. And then, yeah, I think that is optional. That should be fine. Sorry, I've just got to think through all of these cases. We can get the title, description, set aside date, and all of that from there easily. Higher order status easily. And once again, when we go to 032, a lot of this will be simplified again, because we no longer have to do this to handle different field names and so forth like that. But at the same time, I could just do this in the object itself. Like, that's just a field that's, yeah, but at the same time, and then there's times where I don't need that. All right, so going with this, we need destination. So that will be that particular field. We've got to make sure that that's in there. All of that can be done with the destination. That's not going to be a problem. And then we've got the link relationship. So we'll need link relationship, not shop, as a value. And that could be sub-object or none. Actually, if we leave it like that, that will be fine. No, because there's times where we need it as none. All right, I need to just do something very quickly. Let's go source VM bin activate. We're just going to go Python 3. Ugh. I can't type tonight. Python 3 manage. I can never type anyway. Oh shoot, shell. There we go. And then from NearBeach dot models import everything. We're just going to do something like that. What I'm going to do is I'm going to go a equals project dot objects dot filter, and I'm actually going to have a look at this where I'm just going to go copy. We're just going to paste it in like that, equals none. So none type doesn't work. I want to get rid of those lines. That doesn't work like that. What if? So it does need to be something in there. All right, cool. Now that we know, we just needed to test that out. So we'll do that, or sub-object. So yeah, we'll need the link relationship, and we'll need the parent link to be in there. And then from here, it's object assignment under. Now that will be the destination ID in, and then it'll be this. Once again, that's the destination ID. Yep, all right, cool. And then that's the destination ID. Sweet, so we can get that also. These will all be grabbed from, well, most of these will be grabbed from either the destination or from that class itself. So, yeah. And these will be fine. All right. So, if I were to write this out, how would I want to do this? I would want to do it like up here, the fields. Yeah, all right. Cool. Now this is the status dictionary. We don't need to worry about that. It's the object dictionary, which we're going to do. So I am going to instantly do something like this, and we're going to go object. It's going to be that. Now I like this in alphabetical order. So fields. We're going to have the field ID. And that will be change task ID. Title is going to be the change task title. I don't know what that is. I'm going to have to look that up very, very quickly. I'm just doing this one very, very quickly to sort of solidify what I need to do. So status will be, let's say, change task status. And then higher, or actually, I don't think status and... No, we'll need it because there'll be some cases where they don't have a status. So then we've got the object. I don't know why in that other one we've got it like that. I think there was a reason why we had it like that. Yeah, I've forgotten why. There's a reason why. So we're going to set it up like this. That way we can quickly grab all the fields and just populate it very, very quickly. I'll need the models. So I need NearBeach and then models. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to go straight to change task. So we've got change task, we've got change task ID, that's correct. The title is the change task title, sweet. The status is going to be change task status. Now that's the choices. There is no higher order one, so we're leaving that blank. And that should be fine. All right, so what we want to do is have object like that. We're just going to do something like that. We're just going to have fields. ID, that's going to be the same. Title is going to be nothing. We don't need it for in this sort of case and stuff like that. So I'm just having a quick think. Because yeah, customers don't have, well, they have a title as in like Mr., Ms. and Mrs. and all that kind of stuff. But they don't actually have a title in the sense of like a project does. So I'm just wondering, and they don't have a status and a higher order status. Yeah. I'm just going to fill this out. It'll be fine. there's no status. There's no higher order status. I should write higher order status. Like so, and then we've got the object and we're all happy with that. So we're gonna write object fields, whoops, ID's title. Now this is where I need to project. Let's have a look. Project name. Yeah, once again, when we do the 0.32, we'll be making these make sense. So we'll be making all the field names generic. This will be status. Will be project higher order status. Easy done. Then down here we're going to do something like this, and then object. We're going to do something like that, and then we're going to fields and ID equals task ID. Title is going to be task short description, and then we've got the status is going to be the that's not status, that's going to be project status. And then higher order status is going to be a task higher order status, easy done. Alright, title, requirement status. Yup, cool. That one's pretty easy. I'm pretty sure those are correct. I'm about 50% sure. It'd be embarrassing if I got them wrong. All right, ID, title. I don't think there is a higher order status for the Kanban boards. Yeah, there's not. Easy done. We just do that very, very quickly. So we should have Kanban board status. Yep. Kanban board title. No, it's the name. And we're happy with all of that. So going back into here, we're just going to be like this and just go object. We're going to go like this, and then we're going to have fields, and we're going to have ID, Kanban ID, card name, status, and so forth like that. I'm just double checking everything again. So Kanban card. So we've got the card ID, we've got the card text. So that's actually a Kanban card text. And once again, yeah, we've got to make these all the same. We've got the status is actually doesn't exist. So it's like that. Because it's a Kanban card, you will define the status on the columns. Yeah, it's... Oh, piss. none of that exists. All right, request for change. We're just going to do that very, very quickly. I know it's all going to be wrong. Alright, so RFC ID, we've then got RFC title. This is going to be status, so RFC status. Then it'll be, and then I've got to go into here and I've got to go to this implementation. And there won't be a higher order status. Cool, because it doesn't need to be. All right, user model. Oops. Oh, sucks, piss off. Object. Fields, ID, it's just going to be nothing really. Title, status, and higher order status. And done. All right. I'm not a fan of this. Once again, 0.32 is going to clean up a lot of this. That will be a glorious day. So, what we need to do, this is technically object setup. This is the object dictionary. I'm just going to get rid of all of this. And what I'm going to do is we're going to have results equals that. And then we're going to have def init quargs. But I'm also going to pass through it the destination, like so. And then create an empty object to fill, easy done. So return results equals like that. We might change this, this is what I'm going to do. So we don't need to clean up any of the array or anything like that. Okay, cool. All right. We might get rid of some of this. We might go object equals, at the moment, none. We might go ID equals none. Title equals none. Status equals none. And higher order status equals none. So I feel like we won't be using a lot of those just yet. Oh, ad break. Holy hell, that happened quickly. All right, welcome back. I don't know why the camera's all like that, but there we go. All right, let's just bump down into Socks because you know what? She's more interesting than me at the moment. Hopefully everyone's going well tonight. So, yep. Alright, how are we going? We've got about 20 seconds left with the ads. And yeah. Alright, Socks is giving her a lot of purr at the moment. All right, welcome back everyone. Let's jump back into it. So we'll probably, I mean, in reality, we're just fetching all of this and probably don't need that. So I'm just going to do something like that. What we want to do is we want to go self.object equals, and then we've got the object dictionary and then the destination. Now, I mean, I should be putting this in there. Because all right, so those are the variables in there. That's a pretty big class. Socks, can you stop moving around, please? All right, and then it'll be self.object dictionary. In this sort of case, it isn't global. I'm just going to look up the Python class private variables. I'm just going to look up the what we've got to do. So all right, if you want to emulate private variables for some reason, you can always use the underscore prefix from perp8. All right, cool. So I'm going to rename this, and I'm going to call it so the object dictionary. So in here, we'll have object dictionary. We pass to the dictionary. We set the object in here, which we'll be very happy with. From there, what we could do is we could go object, return object.object. Now that is complaining. Oh yeah, all right. That will then be data. There we go. All right, so this is how I'm going to set it up. All right, we've got the super. Okay, and then we set everything up. Yep. All right, cool. So far I'm happy. So in here, what we want to do first is we want to go object equals, this is where we've got the class, and this will be object dictionary. And then what we have here would be permutation dot, and it should be destination. Now it's gonna be like, oh, you need to import this, and yes, we'll be NearBeach students object dictionary. So we'll import it in, and then from there, so we've got the object. Now in all cases with this, should be something like that. Query permutations. I think that's fine in there, but we need something like that. We need to... No. Fucking hell. This is Python, you tab in. Set up the variable. Sorry, I'm just getting really frustrated with the auto fill out with this. It's A, terrible. It's been giving me really widely incorrect results, and 2, when I'm trying to tab in, it just overtakes it and just adds stuff in. I'm like, no, don't do that. It's just one of my little pet peeves at the moment. Query permutations. All right, sweet. So we've got it there. We're going to go through here. I'm going to delete all of this. Don't you worry. So what I want to do. So we've got the object. Cool. And then we'll have the results equals object dot. Oh. Object dot object. Oh. Not the best. I'm just wondering if I could type in filter and I'll return the filter. No, but then I'm doing filter. All right, cool. So we should have that. You know, that object filter. All right, yep, that should be like that. And then at the moment, what I'm going to do is delete it equals false. That's perfectly fine. What we'll actually have here then is these particular fields where we'll have the destination. So we'll do something like this, and we'll have permutation dot destination underscore ID under in. We'll have something like that, and then we'll have the sprint objects assignment result. Oh. Oh my God, stop filling everything out. And then we'll have something like that. Alright, I'm just gonna... So I'm trying to make this as readable as possible, because readability is a lot better. That's where I need to do another ref thing, where it's going to be like this, and we've got destination... underscore ID under is null. It's going to be false. It'll be that. And then we'll still need to do the dot values. And that will be quite literally underscore ID. So a bit confusing, but essentially what we've done is this line here. But we've made it generic. So once that's done, we now need to do this line here. Which is really just going to be object assignment link relationship equals, and this is where we'll have the dictionary where we go permutation dot link relationship. Now, we're not going to do these two unless there is a link relationship. So we're going to leave this here for the moment. And the good thing is, this is all lazy. So if the permutation dot link relationship not this is where we've got to do some weird stuff. So if it's not blank like that, that's where we're going to go, all right, cool, results equals results.filter, and that's where we're going to add in those two lines in there right now. So what we want to do is we want to have object assignment. This is actually where we need to go. Object assignment under. And this is where we go the permutation dot destination underscore ID in, and then we go with the sprint object yada yada yada, add on a new line. I'm just going to add that in right now because essentially we're doing exactly that. So we've got the destination, we've got the ID is null, false, but we've got to add in the dot values like that. So now all of that filter has been added in. And Dashan, how are you going? Hopefully you're going well. Welcome, welcome. We are improving code we did last time and making it more generic. And in that hopes, what we can do is we can tweak everything a lot quicker. I'm new here. What are you doing right now? So I am building an open source project management system called NearBeach. At the moment, we're doing, we're improving some of the code for the sprint functionality, in the sense that it's going to ask the database for a bunch of different queries all at once. So yeah, we are setting that up right now. Alright, so considering I'm happy with that, what we now need to do is, if there is a link relationship, apply it. What we need now is annotate everything. So result equals results dot annotate. Like that. I'm going to destroy that one line. What we're going to do, 86. So 22, 23. Hopefully if I've counted that right. We're just going to do something like that. Hopefully I did that right. Yeah, it looks like it did that right. Now we just need to get the names out of here and stuff like that, but that's not going to be a problem. That's what our object is for. I'm a high school student. I'm also currently studying lecturer in the field of IT. Ah, nice. What do you want to do? Did you want to go into IT or programming or system administration or DevOps? So, yeah. Alright, I'm going to get rid of that. I'm not getting rid of these just yet. I'm actually commenting them out for reference. And what we're going to do is we're going to send back the results. Oh, I'm double handling the results here. So what I want to do I want to go permutation results. Like that. I'm just double checking if I have done anything else stupid in here. Just in my first year, all theory based, not getting much practical knowledge from my college. Oh, fair enough. Fair enough. Yeah, I studied mathematics, so yeah. I learned how to program in mathematics long time ago in C. So, yeah. Alright, making sure I don't have any results. Cool. And what I could do is I could just go results dot extend, do something like that, bump it like that. Realize that that's a bit. What the? Go up here. Yeah. Or realize that when I've done that, I will need to put that on a separate line like that, so it makes sense. So we've got the results extended, and then we've got all of this, and then we distinct it, and then we move on to the next one. All right, cool. So we'll need to fill out these particular names. Some of them we can fill out easily. So object assignment, parent link, object assignment. All right, cool. So going from the top, we've got project name up here. What are you right now? Any job, or what kind of job are you right now? So I'm essentially a full stack developer. So I do a bit of system admin. I do quite a bit of backend. I do a little bit of front end. Yeah. So I mainly build websites and web applications. And Mohammed, how are you going? Hopefully it's going well. Welcome. We are slowly getting this done. So straight away, we need the title removed. And what we could do is we can go object.title, and we'll key in that particular thing. We'll have the object.description, which I just realized we need to fill out. We'll have the object.status, object.higher order status. Sure. So currently at the moment, I don't know if I can get this to run. This might crash. Yeah, I've got a problem somewhere. Give me 2 seconds. It's probably something really quick and easy to fix. NearBeach enums. Yeah, we just. All right, this is NearBeach. Not exactly 100% pretty or anything like that. We are working towards actually getting it looking a lot better. 0.32 will focus on the UI UX, as well as other sort of things in here. But this you can sort of create. I will also do this so it shows most of it over here. So you can gather sort of basic organization and customer details. From there you can gather user requirements and break them down into requirement items. So think of user stories. So a requirement would be a user wants a web page to market something. Let's say they want to market their brand of cheeses. The requirement items would be like there needs to be a contact form. Users will need to buy online and all that kind of stuff. From there, you can create projects and tasks and Kanban boards. I think I've got a simple Kanban board. So, yep. And when you're ready to deploy, you've got a request for change. So yeah. Yeah, just want to learn a few things so that I can hopefully move from WordPress and then to something better. So trying to figure out what to learn, etc. All right. So what did you want to do? If you're wanting to build web application type of stuff, my recommendation, there's always your, what I'm using is Django built on Python. However, because you're using WordPress and stuff like that, because you'll know PHP, my recommendation would be Laravel. So you can sort of build your, oh God, I don't know what happened. Oh, no, that's part of the website. All right. I thought I was holding down control and that zoomed in. So you got Laravel. You can get this up and running. The best thing is it's sort of built in, this sets up quite a great boilerplate. So you can sort of set it up very, very quickly. You can get it to have, like, let's say VueJS or React as the front-end framework. Yeah. I haven't used this in a couple of years. No reason why. I actually got introduced to this when I was working somewhere else. Yeah, I also would highly recommend that. Otherwise, you can always do the .NET, which is also something else I use. This is what I mainly use in my everyday work too. So yeah, that's my recommendations at the moment. Considering, yeah, if you're with WordPress, I'm assuming you would also know React. So Laravel also comes bundled with React and all that kind of fun stuff. So yeah. All right, getting back into this. Let's delete that. I'm just going to stop the web server because I don't need it running at the moment. So we're going to go through. We're going to fix up all of these now. Oh, actually, we don't need to have it like that. How can I kickstart my career from scratch, as in as a starter in the field? All right, good question. Not gonna lie, it's extremely hard at the moment for juniors. Yeah, my main recommendation is build a project or build something. If you're wanting to get into development and stuff like that, build something. It doesn't have to be grand or perfect or anything like that. Just start building something. It doesn't necessarily need to be one thing. You can build, let's say you start building a particular project and you get it to that sort of proof of concept, and then you can move on to another one and you can build up something else and so forth like that. The reason being is usually when you're going through the interview process, you can turn around and be like, oh yeah, I had that problem when I was building this particular project and this is how I solved it. You know, my WordPress is like non-programmable WordPress, to be honest. All right, if you want to actually start building up your own WordPress sort of stuff, I would recommend Sage WordPress template. So this is where you can do your own custom templates. It does involve a little bit of, ooh, that's way too far. Sorry, I usually have the camera pointed down there tonight. Sorry, tonight I had the camera pointed down because Socks has been going back and forth. And she likes to take front and center. So whoops, wrong screen. With this, you can build your own WordPress template. So I would definitely recommend that. You can also build your own plugins. Just wait. Plugin builder. Build your own plugin. There you go. Don't know why that took me forever to find. But yeah, you've got the ability to sort of expand WordPress how you see fit, which is kind of cool. WordPress does have a lot of functionality built in it, which you can, of course, hijack and so forth like that. But yeah, I've used the Roots.io Sage WordPress template for building my own WordPress sites. So, for example, robotica.me, this is a custom template that I built. Hence, it looks how it does because I'm not a graphics designer. At all. In fact, I'm terrible with design. So yeah, that's what you can do. And I've built a custom React plugins before for a client where I just needed something custom. And I didn't want to spend $50 a year on advanced custom fields for this one particular site. And I was like, you know what, I can build this. So what's your story? How many years you spent in the field? So I started learning mathematics. I learned C, MATLAB, and Maple when I was studying mathematics. I was still studying when I got a job at the university. I essentially was helping build some small applications there. Nothing big, nothing to write home about. And then I got into the sort of what's coined a data scientist nowadays. I got that job at the university where I was doing a lot of SQL, a lot of Excel back then. I was learning Python at the time, just because they were still heavily using Excel and heavily using raw SQL. Yeah, and then I sort of upskilled myself into web development. I ended up in IT and stuff like that, but this is a horrible story. So yeah, yeah, that's pretty much it. All right. Now, in certain cases, if we don't have the status in the higher order status, I will probably, because we'll need that data out the front no matter what. Sorry, I'm just having a good think at the moment. I take a look at that, and Ryan said, instead of learning WordPress, etc., learn JavaScript in depth and then start React Next.js. Oh yeah, that's also a good way to go. Yeah. Whichever one you want, really. I would flip a coin. It doesn't hurt learning a particular language. I myself can't learn multiple languages at once. I just can't. I get too confused between the syntax and all that kind of stuff. However, that being said, I know multiple different languages at the moment, and you'll know this because I'll start typing in another language syntax. Happens all the time. And it doesn't matter if you learn a different language and it doesn't fit your needs, because you can always learn another language. So the first time you ever learn a language, it's going to be the hardest. So this is a scale of, this is hard up here, easy down here. All right. First time you learn a language, it's going to be hard. The second time, not so hard. The third time, yeah, whatever. The fourth time and the fifth time and so forth like that, it plateaus out. All right, and it does this lovely little thing where it becomes really super easy, to the point where some people are like, you know what, I'm just going to learn this language this weekend. The reason being is there's a lot of transferable knowledge from these languages. You don't need to learn if statements, how a for loop works and stuff like that. That you all know. You just need to know the syntax of how to get it to work. And it's really just how the language sort of work. What you're actually learning is how the language sort of works, and its little strange points and stuff like that. Every single language has a strangeness to it. So yeah, yeah. So my recommendation is flip a coin. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with either of those stacks, and it depends where you want to what you want to do. If you wanted to get more into digital agencies, I would look up digital agencies in your area and be like, all right, what tech stack are they using? I'm going to learn that. If you want to, for example, go to one of the FANGs and stuff like that, you'll look at their tech stacks and go, all right, I want to learn that, and so forth and so forth and so forth. So yeah. You're really underrated on YouTube. I really enjoy listening to your voice rather than going live. You can create small tended. I do want to sort of create small little videos and stuff like that, but I just don't have time. That's the thing. A 10-minute video is about 10 hours of work. Yeah. And Mohammed, how are you going? Oh, Mohammed. Sorry. I'm terrible with the vowels. All right, we're almost over with the ad break. And welcome back, everyone. For those on YouTube, I just run ads on Twitch every half an hour. That's just to stop the pre-rolled ads. So, going in here, we can now do stuff like that. All right. Destination. That will be permutation dot destination. That will be object ID. That will be the object dot object ID, I think. All right, and then we got the object assignment permanent link. In this sort of case, I do believe we want those to be optional. So I'm just having a think how I'm going to actually complete this. So some of these fields are going to be optional. For example, the status is not on, the higher order status is not on everything. So for those particular ones, we want to actually skip it. Same with this. If we haven't really filled out anything there, we kind of want nothing to appear. However, in this sort of case, the parent link will be nothing. Thanks a lot. My internet is bad right now. I can barely play the video right now, and the agency in my exact area, there aren't any. I would have to move to another area to look for, yeah. That's always hard. So, yeah. So I'm just trying to think. Thing is that I've been hearing it is tough getting a job right now with all the AI stuff. So you would need to know a lot to even secure an internship. Yeah, I would agree. I have been hearing that it's extremely hard to get a job at the moment, which is extremely unfair to all those who are essentially trying to get their foot in the door, so to say. My recommendation around trying to get your foot in the door is to start networking. Get out there at meetups and stuff like that. So, for example, most of my jobs, excluding my first job, which was a kitchen hand, and my current job, every single time I got a job, I knew someone. Excluding those 2 times. So, my recommendation is to sort of go to meetups and stuff like that. You can type in, for example, programming or React or something like that in here, and you can have a look at all the different meetups that are in your area. Another one would be something like AWS or Azure. So yeah, I did actually go to meetups and stuff like that, and I realized that a lot of the times I would essentially get job interviews through people like this. So yeah, that is something I would recommend, networking. All right, but yeah, it is extremely hard at the moment. I fully agree. It is unfair to. All right, if I go a.values and then I go project ID. Oh, I was meant to go a equals a. Oops, a.values and then project ID. And then if I go a equals a.values and then instead of project ID, I also want to go project status ID in here, and then I go a. All right, looks like it doesn't stack. So I'm gonna have to find out which fields are going to be optional and probably do an if statement. I don't like if statements. Yeah, that's gonna annoy the hell out of me. Is there a way I can do this super? A.values. Yeah, it's not going to work. Yeah, it's not going to work. I was just seeing if something was there, but no, it's not there. So, with the higher order status, that will be. Is there a higher order status for this? Hang on. I might be over engineering this or thinking this. There is a higher order status. All right, sweet. So I should be fine because we're doing requirement item. So this will still work. The status will still work. The description and title will still work. The start date and end date won't. Because the requirement item doesn't have start or end date. Shoot. All right. All right, I'm just going to go over here. I'm just going to clear this. I'm going to go b equals project objects dot filter. We're filtering for pk equals 1. That will give us just 1 in there. I'm doing that for a reason, so I don't flood the screen. So if I go b equals b dot annotate, making sure it is a capital. No, it's a lowercase. Annotate, and let's say I am going to do one. All right. I'm going to do a field called temp equals. I need to actually bring in something first. All right, give me a second. Sorry, I need to do that. I want to. This is expression. So Django models. So from Django.db.models.expressions import f. All right, sweet. So we've still got b in here. What I can do is if I go b equals b dot annotate and we go temp equals f, I'm just going to put in project ID in here. All right. And what that's going to do is temp. It's going to say that temp field is going to equal that project ID field. So if I open this up and I go b.temp, b0.temp, there we go. There's our project ID. Easy done. But then I want to go b equals b, annotate, and then I'm going to go name equals f, and then I'm going to go project. I keep forgetting if it's title or this is why I've got these objects, and I'm going to I'm going to be glad when I strip all of this stupidity from the system. Project name. Like that. And then if I go b0 dot name, we've got something like that. All right, cool. Now, if I go b dot values, temp, and name, it works perfectly fine. All right, sweet. So I can use a bunch of if statements to deal with those edge cases and then the values. Yeah, all right, sweet. So going down here, wrong one. Going down here, we're not going to put all of this in here just yet. We're actually going to rip this out first. So we'll rip that out. We're also going to go down here, what was it? Permutation results equals permutation results dot annotate. And we're just going to paste that in like that. We're removing that. We're just going to do something like that. All right, cool. So first four will be fine. These two will not be. Object type, that will be fine. Object ID will be fine. And these won't be, because they'll be varied in an if statement. So I'm just going to do the first one very, very quickly. If this will be object dot start date. Ooh. Is none. Is not none. So if it is, if we actually have it, cheers, thank you very much, Dante. What we want to do is permutation results. I'm going to annotate these two particular, oops, these two into here, like that. So I need to actually key in start date up there, and I need to, yeah, that's not going to be hard. The next thing that we want to do is if, and this is where we want to check parent link, not parent, permutation dot link relationship equals that. I'm just going to grab these 4 lines again. I'm just going to paste them in. We'll delete those 2. We'll also delete that from there. We'll paste that in. We'll do something like that. And then in here, what we want to do is we're adding something on like that. The F value there. We're going to get rid of a lot of this. And we're just going to go permutation dot destination in there. Like so. So that will handle that specific case. So now that we've got all the permutations in there. I'll need an else on these if statements. The reason being is I need something as an empty case. So we're just going to paste them in. So start date is going to equal value, nothing. End date is going to equal value of nothing, or I think value of none, I think is what I've got to do. Because if I have from Django DB models dot expressions import value, yes. There you go. All right. So if I go a equals project dot objects dot filter, let's go pk equals 1, annotate. Let's say start date equals value none dot values start date. Yeah, it's gonna have problems. But if I and I don't think there is an empty. Yeah, there's not an empty. And if I do something like that, it's going to complain. But if I do something like value, and then empty value, something like that, it works. And sorry, I am very terrible with new names. Druvy? Welcome, welcome. Radput, welcome. I do apologize if I get your name wrong. I am terrible at new names and stuff like that. But welcome. Hopefully you're going well. Another thing is, I've got to remember these, I don't think that passes into the serializer very well. Which might be a problem. So, yeah. And Amit, how are you going? Hopefully you're also going well. Welcome. So, if we got, yeah, nuns won't work. But we need them in there, because also, if we go, let's say we've got something like this, and I forget to put an end date. It's going to complain, being like, you don't have an end date. And I'm like, oh yeah, I forgot the end date. Oh, that was a bit silly. You're a web developer? Welcome. What stacks do you use? So I use a number. For NearBeach, I'm using Django as the backend, VueJS for the front end, but I also use quite a lot of .NET for work. I've used WordPress in the past. I've used Laravel. I've used React, mostly in my WordPress builds. You make an AI model? Nice. Fair enough. I don't do that. Alright, so we definitely need to declare these fields. So if it's an else, we'll have the permutation results, annotate, parent object type equals value of nothing, and that's perfectly fine. Parent object ID value of nothing, that's perfectly fine. Then this will work perfectly fine. So I will need to, I'm just moving that over there for reference because it's giving me the squiggle lines where I need to make changes. All right, going through my code. Which IDE do you use? I'm currently using JetBrains. Specifically the JetBrains PyCharm. Now, full disclosure, I actually get this for free because NearBeach is an open source, well, yeah, it's open sourced. So I've gone through the, give me 2 seconds. There's a specialty category for startups. No. There's an open source license. There you go. No, I don't. Nothing against VS Code or anything like that. I just don't use it. So, yeah. I was for work for a bit, but then I got them to pay for a couple of the JetBrains stuff just because, well, I'm just used to it. That's all. So yeah, I get this through the open source but for my work, they pay for it. Have launch. All right, going through this. So we've got the def object that passes that. Going into here, so the object dictionary, cool. Yep, filter. All right, cool. That's perfectly fine. We've got all of that. We've got all of that, and then we need object title. So def title self. That will equal return self dot fields. Oh, hold on. That. Hang on 1 second. I just need to double check one thing. So if I go A, it'll be like that. Yep. And then if I go B equals A, let's say organization, it'll be like that. And then I go B. I can't do B.fields. That doesn't work yet because it's a dictionary. B and fields. All right, cool. Yep. Sorry, I use multiple different languages. I do get confused every now and then. So I want the object in there, definitely. I then want the self.data, and then I want fields, and then I want title. We're gonna have to, I think title we're done. The description we're gonna need. So, what country am I from? I am from Australia. So yeah, specifically Melbourne. So we've got that, we've got the title, we've got the description, and then we'll return description, easy done. Status, this is just a quick fill out. Higher order status, yep, it knows what I kind of want to do. And then def object ID. Done, perfect. I mean, in reality, I could just move that to ID. And then it lines up with everything. How many years work in coding? Depends. As a proper web developer and stuff like that, when did I? 6.5 years. However, I've been programming web stuff for a little bit longer than that. I was a data scientist for a bit. So yeah, but I learned programming when I was at university. So yeah, I did mathematics where we would do quite a lot of simulations and stuff like that. We would program in some calculations and all that kind of fun stuff. So yeah. All right, going into here, we've got the ID title. We don't have the description in here. So we're just going to do that. We're going to copy that very, very quickly. We're just going to paste it in quite a number of areas first. In reality, it should be under title. That's fine. Which languages do I work on? So at the moment, I'm doing Python and VueJS. So, sorry, Django and VueJS. So Python and JavaScript. However, I also do .NET. I've done PHP. I've done React, and so forth with that. So yeah, I know that VueJS, React are not exactly framework. Are not exactly languages. I'm using that word very loosely. All right, so the ID, higher order status, description, title. Yep. So going with this, change task. Ooh, change task does have a description. So that will be change task description, easy done. Customer, that will be project description, I think. Project description. The task will be task long description. Easy done. How projects you done? You mean how many projects I've done? I don't know for work, because I haven't counted how many I've done for work. But personally, I've just really worked on NearBeach. So I've been working on NearBeach for a bit over 8 years now. I've also worked on like some WordPress sites, some Embraco sites. I've worked on some Laravel sites and so forth like that. So yeah. All right, requirement. That will be requirement scope. I can't wait till I update the database to remove all of these silly names. And I do believe it will be requirement items scope. Yep, for the requirement items. With the Kanban board, there is no description because the board doesn't need a description. It's the Kanban cards that do. So that will have Kanban card text. And the title, that is actually Kanban card, sorry, that's Kanban card text, and then that will be description. Like that. Anyway, have fun. Thanks for popping by. I hope to see you again. Request for change. None of that makes sense. With the description. Actually, no. We've got a summary. I will put the summary in. Users, yeah, that's all going to be empty. So that should cover all of that. Yeah. Right, bringing this one back. So we've got the object title. Should be getting a string. Respective string, got an any instead. There's no types in here, buddy. Oh, hang on. That's definitely not going to be. That's actually going to be a. Yeah, no. We won't worry about that. But that's going to be a string. That's also going to be a string. Expected string got all right. Actually, I don't know why that's complaining. I'm just not going to worry about it at the moment. So we've got all of that set up. The object start date. Oh, we haven't done the start date and end date. All right, that is actually a good point. I got to get that one done too. Oh, sorry, leg. So def start date self. Yep, like that. Perfect. Then go up here and we'll just do a new line and we'll go start date. And in this sort of case, I'm going to say none. And we'll probably end up doing that with the other empty fields because an empty string is not a none and all that kind of fun stuff. So we'll probably go through and none those out. And everyone will be happy. All right, so request for change. That does actually have a start date. RFC implementation start date, easy done. The organizations doesn't, Kanban cards, I think. I'm trying to remember, I don't think they do. No, they don't. That's fine. Kanban boards definitely don't. Requirement item don't. Requirement doesn't. The tasks do. That's an easy one. The projects. Custom doesn't, and the change tasks don't. So yeah. I think this is going to be useful even when we generic size everything and stuff like that, where we can look up if something has, if an object has something. And the Bob, I know, how are you? Sorry, I just saw your message. Hi, has your arm fully recovered? Wishing the best. Thank you very much. It's on its way. It's actually come really far. So I'm able to move it around. I'm able to drive now, so I'm able to actually lift my arm up and change gears and so forth like that with no pain and no restriction. Yeah, very minor issues. Let's just say that, very, very minor issues. And they're just the type of minor issues that are just going to resolve themselves, hopefully, in about 2 weeks. And also, they only affect me probably like, if I put my arm in a position which I don't usually put it in type of situation. So hardly ever affects me. But yeah, no, the arm's going great. The scar's all healed up and stuff like that. The leg scar is mostly healed up, which is great. So yeah. And I think I see my surgeon next week. So yeah, they're going to be happy. Then they don't need to see me for a couple of weeks. So yeah. All right. Oh, sorry. Record. So, if we're doing these fields and like that, and then I do, let's say, ID. I can't type. It'll come through as a string like that, yep. And if I do title, it comes through like that. And then if I do statuses, it comes through like that. All right, cool. I'm happy with that. What I need to do though is I do need to clean up this and actually none the empty fields. The reason being is it's going to be an easy way to tell whatever inherits this going, yeah, there's none there. You can't do that. Because yeah, a lot of these won't have these specific fields. And if we throw checks on them, being like, hey, if this exists, cool, we'll grab that data. All right, so that should all be done. So we go now into the sprint one. Yeah, we're getting what we need out here. How does it want this set up? It's crazy sometimes, this whole thing. Oh, no. We are getting an object from there, thank you very much. It should be that. Oh, Alright, give me a couple of seconds. Python type hinting. This is something that we're going to implement. And Cophobia, how are you going? Thank you very much for the resub. Hopefully you're going well. What have you been up to? What was I thinking of? Oh yeah, in the near future we'll be implementing type hinting throughout all of our Python stuff and stuff like that. Yep, hope you're as well. Yeah, I can't complain. Need a holiday though. But other than that, no, I've been good. So just been really busy with work, and hopefully in the next few weeks that eases up a little bit. So yeah. What have you been up to? How goes your streaming? I don't think I've caught you on stream in a long time, sadly. So, yeah, I'm trying to remember when the last time I caught you on stream. I mean, it's been like 5 years. All right, it's been a while. I haven't been basically since COVID when it blew up. Okay, yep. Damn. Ooh. Ah. Alright. But otherwise, how's going work and all that kind of stuff? Hopefully going well. You know what, I'm just going to ignore all these type hints for the moment. I'm just going to do that. All right, that should, in theory, work. And then we get our results back. So, I think we've got the query structure as project. We've got the link relationship that will. But been playing lots of pool and got a cool tech job, so all good. Oh, nice. Are you allowed to say where? It's okay if you don't. That's perfectly fine. But that's awesome news. Congratulations. Yeah. Oh, nice. That's pretty cool. I'm assuming you're doing awesome, cool stuff there. So, yeah. What's Angular? Fair enough. Fair enough. It's been a while since I've used Angular. I just haven't for a while. That's it. I just don't have a project that has it. The Embraco site that I run doesn't have any JavaScript on it. The WordPress site is React. NearBeach is Vue. So yeah, I need to get myself a another project and Angular up there, or Svelte. One of the languages. Alright, what I want project, I then want nothing. No, with the projects we want to make it's requirement items. Alright. Link relationship. Oh, yeah, no. Link relationship is the sub-object. Alright, cool. Sub-object. And then it is requirement item. And then we'll need another one of these where the sub-object is nothing. And that is going to be that, and I don't know if that will work, but that would be good. I've just been doing NG for like 12 years, so enjoy. Fair enough. Yep. Yeah, I did. Yeah, it was a couple of years ago now, but I did something using Angular, and yeah, I enjoyed it. Yeah, no, it was a lot of fun. I'm sure if I had done React, I would say the same about it. Fair enough, yep. Yeah, I've got to sit down one day and actually really delve into React. I only do small little tiny things like plugins and stuff like that for WordPress. So they're not complicated at all. One day I'll sit down and really get into the meat of it. I really like the signal stuff. I don't remember much of the Angular signal stuff. I've clearly looked at it. Oh, okay. Yeah, great for change detection. Yeah. Read-only count, signal equals 0, constructor effect is that. All right, cool. And then you got another one where read-only count, yep. Effect, console log, yep. All right, cool. Injector, yep. Okay. Yeah, I'll have to play around with it again. So, yeah. All right, I'm going to test this very, very quickly. This probably won't work. I'll be surprised if it works. So we want to go to scheduled objects. No, not scheduled objects. Sorry, sprints. Click on the sprint and... Oh yeah, this is the sprint. We've already got this all set up. This is the old way. We need to do the API. So I need Postman brought out. Don't let me derail. Oh yeah, no, don't worry. I always derail myself, so don't you worry about that. All right, I think this token will still work, so I'm just gonna send it. We have get object status from destination is not defined. All right, I've definitely broken something. Okay. Let's have a look. Yeah, it's definitely this. All right, so sprint. I'm trying to remember what I did here. All right. So we've got a static method, doesn't use itself, and then we return, where do I call this? One usage up here. So sprint results get, let's get in the status results. All right, yep. And then we have the one issue. Oh yeah, don't forget everyone, exclamation point drop followed by your favorite emoji. I'm going to judgmental Lily. We've got to beat Nightbot, because Nightbot cheats. So, yeah, we had get object by destination. Yeah, we've changed that, and now we've got it in a class and stuff like that. So if we just go object equals object dictionary destination, we should be able to get rid of that and go object.object. Yeah, object.object. And that should work. Famous last words. So we're just going through here. We've got another error. Function object has no attribute filter. All right. Let's put in a breakpoint there. Let's go send. We'll hit that breakpoint. We'll go over here and we're like object. All right, cool. What's our destination? Our destination is requirement item. So if we go over here, we should have requirement item in here. We do, so we've got object dictionary. We should pull out the requirement item. That should pull out all of this. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put a little breakpoint on here. We're going to hit play. It's going to crash. We know that's fine. We're going to hit send. We've gone all the way over here. So we've got requirement item in the dictionary. I'm just going to step over. I'm unable to display children resolving. Oh, I've broken stuff. Dict object has no attribute object. Alright, I've broken stuff. Alright, I'm just gonna hit play. I'm going to go down here, and what I'm going to do is I am going to go A equals self object dictionary, and I'm going to pass through destination. The reason why I'm going to do that is I'm going to go self.data equals A, and I'm going to see what actually happens here. Because that could come out as nothing, and I could have been screwing this whole thing up the whole entire time. Yeah, let's figure this out. All right, hitting that, going over here. So we do actually have everything coming out here. We've got all the fields and stuff like that. Now, that is working. And then we go over here. Dict has no object attribute. Return dictionary key. Okay. I'm just gonna hit play. I'm just gonna let that all do its thing. What I'm going to do, I'm going to do that. I'm going to go return. I'm going to do that. It might be that I need to change this to objects and all that kind of fun stuff. But yeah, we've got that now. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to hit send. We've got this. So the self.data should equal that. This has now got problems still. Did it crash? Function. Object has no attribute filter. All right. Let's go object A equals object.object. I'm just going to do that. We're going to see what actually happens, and we'll try and figure this out. All right, I'm just going to hit send. We've got the data coming through. So I'm going to undo that one because I'm quite happy with how that's done. I've got to double check how I've done that with the search object. So with the init, forms, alert, request, return, stuff like that. Yep, that's perfectly fine. And then all of those are fine, and that's a static method because it does need to, yep, all right, cool. With this, I've probably done something wrong here. All right, give me a couple of seconds. I am going to see. Where I've called this. So this search object, if I go back over here, this class, new, it will be like that, object dictionary. Pass through that. Got the self, it's got what I want. I think I just set this up incorrectly. And Nocturnal, how are you going? Hopefully you're going well. I've broken this, so I'm just gonna stop and restart. All right, it is running. I'm gonna hit send. We've got this running now. So object A. I'm just gonna hit play. Yeah, function has no filter. Ah, damn. You're right. Yeah, oh, that's good to hear. Yeah, I can't complain either. I am just figuring stuff out at the moment. Yeah, just trying to remember how I got all of this originally set up. And all I need to do is... And then dot search results. I think I know what I've done. I think I've been thinking about this the wrong way. Alright, I think what I need to do is not do something like that or any of that. Oops. I think I'll do that. And then I've got to go objects, self.objects equals object dictionary. Yep, that'll be perfectly fine. Oops. And then I've got to go self.title equals. And Akpi, how are you going? I am just trying to remember how to do all this class stuff in Python. And that will be... It's essentially this. So what I want to do... I want to do something like that. Object. All right, cool. And then down here, it'll be object fields title. And there'll be the status, there'll be higher order status, there'll be the start date, and there'll be the description. And then I just need to put in these particular fields in here. Like so, 1, 2, 3, 4. I know I'm missing one. It's the description, isn't it? Yep. So they're none by default. And then we fill them out. I think I might not be able to use object there. So I might need to go reference. Alright, I need the shortcuts. To remember the shortcuts to do all of these. And Radu, how are you going? It is very comfy, considering it is very cold here at the moment. We had a lovely couple of days of heat, and now absolutely nothing. So, it's back down to 11 degrees Celsius. The other day it was like 21. It was glorious. At least this weekend it's going to warm up to just under the 20s. Hopefully it gets back to like the 21s and stuff like that. So I've got a couple of... I've got a grapevine that's been dormant, that's starting to come back. I have a couple of chili bushes that have been dormant that are starting to come back now. I've had one chili bush die on me. Oh, and we'll just hit an ad break. All right. For those on YouTube, we run ads every half an hour on Twitch to stop people getting ads when they first join the channel. I know it sucks. We do this so no one misses out. You get to see me do this with the ball or solve a Rubik's Cube. Oh, I've got my 4x4. All right. So... gonna do this. Gonna do that. Alright, cool. Going to do it like that. And then I'm going to do something like this. I don't know the other way. And then what's our time? We've got about 40 seconds left of the ads. So, yep, I'll try and solve as much of this in that time. All right, 10 seconds. Got to keep the crowd entertained, yep. My cat Socks is also sleeping in the bed right next to me at the moment. So yeah, she doesn't want to feel like entertaining people at the moment. And welcome back, everyone. All right, we almost got it done. Almost. I'll fiddle with it whilst we're doing this. So I think that's it. It's been a while since I've done this in Python, so I forgot. All right, object dictionary has no object. All right, cool, not a problem. Not a problem. We're now going with objects instead of objects, so we can go objects. Let's see if it does that. And then if this works, then we'll fix up our other places and so forth like that, and you know, get this all working. Because the idea being is we can use this as a reference. So we've just hit this, we've got that. So this would be a requirement item objects. All right, cool. Yep, that's exactly what we want. We hit play, we're gonna hit play again. I'm gonna get rid of that, I'm gonna get rid of that. We're happy with that for the moment. Now, we can shorten that. Because what we could potentially do, yeah, we could potentially do all of that. But first let's find out keyword requirement item higher order status into field. Requirement item. Got story points. Requirement item. This was working the other day. So requirement item higher order status. You've got requirement item status. I think I know what it is. All right. It's going to be requirement item status under, and then it's going to be destination again, and then higher order status like that. So yeah, it's and then object dictionary has no. All right, cool. We've moved on to another problem. Now, what we could potentially do is we could move these particular calls somewhere else. Yeah, we could have status ID and status and all that kind of stuff in that object, which if we flesh up is going to be a lot easier for us to do. Yeah. But at the moment, alright, that yawn just came out of nowhere. It is getting late. I will be probably finishing up very soon. I don't think I can go to 10 tonight. But at the same time, I want to get this all done and sorted. So that's all done, that part. It's this next part up here which we need to actually fix up. So we're going through in like this. We've got the sprint order stuff. We've got this, which I might. It is only getting used in here. Got that. So permutation. Yep, going through all the permutations and so forth like that. We've got the object equals. All right, cool. That will then be objects. And that should be fine. Now we've got another error. Object dictionary. Object has no attribute ID. Yep, that's because we haven't actually keyed it in. So going with our object dictionary, we're going to have a field called ID equals none, and then down here we're just going to go self.ID equals reference, reference fields ID. That's as simple as that. We might go through and clean all this up and set this up properly. Yeah, just because I'm doing this very, very quickly. So, project higher order status. That's not it at all. So we've made a big mistake. We've got the change status. We've got the higher order status, higher order status. The higher order status will be project status under project higher order status. That will be task status under task higher order status. And then requirement status under requirement higher order status. And then requirement item status under requirement item higher order status. That doesn't have any, that doesn't have any, that doesn't have any, that doesn't have any, that doesn't have any. So we're fine with that. All right, cool. Waiting just a couple more seconds. Boom. All right, sweet. So we've got our data back. So if I actually copy this and I paste and go, there we go. So if we minimize everything at the moment, so this is the sprint ID, this is the sprint details up here. We know that it's connected to a project. The requirement is none because it's not connected to a requirement, but yeah, we know it's a project. The object results are nothing at the moment, so we'll have to actually go through and fix that up. It should be actually, we don't have any projects assigned to it. So if we add object wizard, let's go project, let's add a project to it. So we just added a project to it, there we go. If we hit refresh, ooh, we have a problem. Invalid literal for int with base 10, and we've got like quotation marks. All right, let's debug. We're going to get that error no matter what. So sprint API, we've got the sprint get object results class. So we're going to scroll down. I'm going to put a breakpoint at the very, very bottom because I want to actually see the results. Like so. I'm just going to hit send. So down here, if we hover over this, we open it up. We open up this list here. So we've got title, we've got description, we've got status, we've got higher order status. We've got the start date, end date, we've got the object type, we've got the object ID, we've got the parent object type, and that's it there, where it's got something like that. Empty string somewhere, yeah. So it's the parent object type and the parent object ID, which are empty strings. Yeah, all right, we want them to be none. Okay, so Django ORM annotate field with none. No. If object no, I don't think that's it. Oh, sorry, God. All right. Some see I just want a case where the annotate or is there a way to annotate Django query with a non-expression? So annotate that. Not what we want. All right. Okay, so value, at value, expression wrapper, yep. So annotate, use the okay, Django RM annotate field to have none value. All right, so blah, 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 annotate field case when, value none. Annotate field. Null if. No, I just want it null. All right, maybe that will work. Let's find out. So going up here, we've got these values. So I'm just going to do something like that. Oops. That's going to be forever evaluating. Oh, yeah, I hate when that happens. Come back here, you... Oh, piss off your light. Input this name. Yeah, I think that... I think it's a datetime field. Let's import that name from there. Actually, no, it's a date field. All right, import this name like that. Oh, this is giving me so many problems. Inspection, correct type. You know what? I don't care. I don't care. So that's dealing with the start date. This is the one dealing with the numerical value. So we want value, none. And then this will be output field is an integer field. Easy done. None, integer field. All right, we're going to leave it like that for a second. Let's go over here. Let's hit send. Oh, let's make sure that we hit play. Let's hit send. Integer field object has no attribute. Get db value prep. All right, let's scroll down. I'm just going to copy that. Let's... All right. Let's wait. Cannot resolve expression type, unknown output field. All right, let's read the documentation. Value, blah, 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 blah. All right, cool. If no output is specified, it'll infer the type from the provided value for many common types, for example, passing in All right, cool. Yep. In this sort of case, we parent object type, parent object link, object assignment, parent link. Expression type. Yep. All right. I think that's a character field. And foreign key. Oh, okay. I'm just going to put integer field. It's going to be integer because this parent object type, everything else is going to be an integer because it's an ID. It's not really a foreign key. This should be, yeah, a character field. All right, character field has no object. Get database prep value. All right, let's have a look at this. I'm just going to open up this query expression, output field, integer field, Boolean field. Have I not put field on there? I've just put, yeah, no, I've got character field. Usually the field doesn't have any other. All right, cool. Yep. So if we go in here, is there a value in here? No, all right. I'm just going to copy that. We're just going to go over here. We're going to paste that in like that. Excuse me. Okay. That's annoying. Character field object has no attribute, get database prep values. All right, so in this sort of case, I think this is fine like this. Actually, no, it'll be like that. I'm pretty, fingers crossed, 2% sure. At this particular moment, I am just playing around with all of this. Boom, we've got another problem. So integer fields has no, all right, get database prep value. Whoops. From Django, until yep. All right. Let's go up. Let's, for the moment, I'm gonna do that. I just want to see if this runs with the first one in it. All right, it does. And it's got nothing in it. And that's fine. We're just gonna hit play. All right, cool, it's got nothing in it. So, what I wanna do, these are actually date time fields, aren't they? Date time field, yep. So I'm going to put these in here. I'm going to make sure. I think I know what I'm doing wrong. But I just want to make sure it passes these perfectly fine, and then we'll deal with these. And I think what I need to put into here is something like required equals false. I think. I'm not that sure. We'll figure out in a second. I'm just going to hit this. It's having problems. F init got an unexpected keyword. Output field. Oh, yeah, because that's actually an F, not a value. All right. So I'm going to do something like that. Easy done. We'll fix that up. Wait till this is all done and done. All right, cool. So down here, let's undo this one. Let's in here go none. Output field equals character field where null where I need to required equals false. Required equals false for both of them. All right. Character field object has no attribute that. Oh, piss. Okay, let's have a look. Attribute model after migration. No. All right. 255. Yeah, I don't think we need it that much. All right, let's have a look at. Let's see if we can find it. Actually, yeah, 20 blank equals true, and default equals. All right, so this one can be that. And then parent object ID. So the parent object assignment. Let's go to integer fields. Blank equals true, null equals true. Oh. Got a max value, min value, step size required is false. Widget is either widget, type widget, or none. All right. I don't know if this will work. And it got an unexpected keyword. And welcome back. So blank doesn't work in here. Null probably doesn't work either, but meh, we'll find out in a second. Ah, blank. Ah, it's this one. All right, cool. Yes, you're back. Hi, back. I'm Mozart. The terrible dad joke there. So, you know, back. Mozart. Terrible joke. I understand. That was a horrible joke. All right, so we're trying to get this so it returns a none when we don't have data in there. And null is, all right, cool. So it doesn't like that or that. And then it throws up a hissy fit. Like that. But if I get rid of this, so let's say we're only putting in the first one, and I hit send, it's going to fail at the values part. And you can see like the parent object ID into field choices are all of these, but we can't find that parent ID. I need to null that out. I want an answer. Can AI replace web developer? Not at the moment. Definitely not at the moment. Yeah, it's AI is a tool. You can use it to sort of get, like Wikipedia, get that surface bit of information, but when you're delving a little bit deeper, you're going to have to sort of read the documentation, you're going to have to experiment yourself, and essentially read everywhere else. Yeah. It can... I heard AI replace jobs. I mean, you hear that all the time, and then you just hear that they have to hire back people. So, you know, I'm trying to think, was it the ANZ or the Commonwealth Bank? Bank fired people and had to rehire them. Another one that's come out recently. Apologize for firing staff. All right, that's was it the Commonwealth Bank? There we go. So yeah, this was in the news. Yep, it's off. The short, Commonwealth Bank announced 45 job cuts last month as it introduced AI voice bot, but has now reversed its decision. The bank apologized to affected employees for the error, but the finance sector said the damage is already done to workers and all that kind of stuff. Yeah. It's a good tool, but it's not a tool that can do everything. It's essentially having a hammer, but you need to, there are times you will need a screwdriver. And there's times where you need a shovel and stuff like that. So, yeah. Anyway, we are going to I am going to close all of these tabs. Let's all right, Django RM annotate in a field with a none value. In the depression, if you, yeah, at the moment I understand that getting a job is very, very hard, and I fully understand that it is horrible. My recommendation is still go out there and network, because I've only ever had 2 jobs where I haven't actually had to network them. That is my recommendation, and I fully understand it's extremely hard at the moment, especially for entry level. Big businesses see more ways they can save money, not help their workers do a better job. Yeah. However, it does bite them again when all of a sudden these sorts of way of saving money causes issues with customers trying to get help. I know I've actually left phone companies because essentially they didn't have a good enough support network. Whenever there was an issue, it took me such a long time, I actually had to contact the ombudsman, which is like 45 days or something like that you have to wait to contact them to get the problem solved and stuff like that. And when it's getting that bad, you're not saving money because you do get fined for that. Well, the company gets fined for that. Yeah. All right, when using Django's ORM annotate with fields that might contain none values, several strategies can be held. All right, using call set for if an accurate function like applied to a field results in none, when there's no matching rows of values in the accurate fields, none can replace none with a specific. No, I want a none value. Django annotate fields with none values. All right. In India, people told AI is best. This reason, image, my own AI model, Dory AI. Oh, fair enough. Fair enough. So, yeah. It's good playing around with it and stuff like that, especially if you're building something with it. That knowledge, yeah, that is something... you're essentially building a project if you're actually building your own AI and stuff like that. That is something I would definitely put on the resume and definitely talk about in interviews, especially if you're going for interviews where they want people to build AI and stuff like that. So, yeah. All right, so annotate. All right. Yeah, that's handling it with the nuns, but I want unknown account because count does not contain null. Let's handle this. All right, cool. But I just want an empty. With an empty value. All right, just wait. Annotate a field so it contains an empty value or a none value. Launching AI, and this AI is India's first AI model named Dory AI. Neat. That's pretty cool. It's going to be, what is a good book for intro into databases? Ooh, good question. I learnt databases a long time ago. I still actually, do I still have my book? Excuse me for a second. All right. This is very old. In fact, I bought this such a long time ago. I don't even think I moved out of home when I bought this. It's just, yeah, I essentially just got one of these in a nutshell books for SQL, and that's how I learnt. I jumped into it. It's got the basics. And then you've got your system administration and all the structures and stuff like that. So it's been a while since I've read this book. I don't know how. I think a lot of this MySQL has moved on. In a sense that if I were to reread this, I would buy a new book. Because there'll be a lot of new features that are definitely not in here. So yeah, that's how I learned SQL. Would you know free Python hosting platform? Ooh. I don't know any free ones. Yeah, I don't know any free ones, but usually they're free within a certain limit. So you've got X amount of credits that you can use per month and stuff like that. So for example, AWS free tier, we'll only have like new customers get up to $200 credits and so forth like that, and they 6 months. So yeah, if you spend $200 in 1 month, it's all gone and stuff like that. So yeah. Would you know paid? No. If you're going to host Python, you could always look at AWS and Azure. There's other more bespoke sort of web hosting out there that does do Python hosting and stuff like that. I use Azure just because we get free credits through NearBeach's not-for-profit status. So yeah. All right, annotate empty field equals value. All right, so yeah, we can't exactly do that because it throws up a problem later on. If you want to annotate with none expression, value none, output true, null equals true. Didn't we do that before? I feel like we did that before. All right, let's have a look. Parent object ID. We're going to paste that in like that. We're going to leave it like that. Yeah, that should be fine. And yeah, it throws up, got unexpected keyword argument null. And yeah, we did try that before. Thank you very much. Unless it's importing the wrong models. Hang on, that might be the thing. As silly as that sounds. They're saying import it that way. And we had an integer field in there too. We had another one, daytime field. All right, cool. So we've got it like that, and then we've got the character field. We've got the character field up here. I think I'm 13 years old and I'm making an AI model. I don't know. I honestly don't know how old people there are on the internet. And it's throwing up got an unexpected keyword required. All right, no, this is a different error. All right, let's, in this sort of case, let's do this properly. Null equals true. This one. Null equals true. Okay, I think we're getting somewhere. I think I made the mistake by calling in from the wrong library, which, you know, happens. It's silly. I should know better, but... all right. Now, in this sort of case, I don't want that to be like that. I'm going to have that as an integer field. And the reason being is the other ones will be integers. So that will be that. The object type, that will definitely be a character field. That hopefully will work now. All right, it's working. So I'm going to zoom all the way to the bottom. We're going to key on the results. We're going to hit the send again. We've got the breakpoint. We go over here. We hover over the results. We should have at least one result in there, which is correct. All right, we're getting somewhere. And now we're just going to hit play. I'm going to start to delete all of this because we no longer need it. We've got this loop now working. We now need to fill out this. So going from the top, we'll have query structure. We'll have requirement items. They won't have a sub object and they won't need any connections. We've done the project and then we do query structure and we'll have task, we'll have nothing, and we'll have nothing. And in fact, that should be in that order. Then we'll have query structure where we've got task and then we'll have sub object of requirement item and then we'll have sub object of project. And then we do a line there. And now we're just going to run through this and hope for the best. All right, so it's come back with some data. I'm going to go over here. I'm going to click on this. I'm going to go copy. I'm going to paste and go. We are going to minimize project. We've got object results. So I'm just going to minimize object results. We've got 13 object results. All right, that may be a little too many, but we'll go through them and we'll count how many there are. So in reality, there should be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So we've got 8 in here. So we've got an extra 5. So if we were to go through here, we've got a description. We've got an object type project 1. All right, cool. We do actually have a project 1 in here somewhere. There we go, project 1. Cool, that one's fine. We'll have a task 5 in here. We've got a task 5. We do have that, so yep, sweet. We'll also have a task 23. I think I saw that. There we go, task 23. Great news. Task 33. I thought I saw that too at the top. Yep. We'll have a task 60. That's directly up at the top. That one's saying backlog for that particular one. What's the status? Status ID 1. Oh yeah, backlog. Yep. It's a new. Yep. All right, cool. I might. Oh. What I could potentially do is with that status, I can break it down into having it. Let me just duplicate this tab. If we type in project, we'll see down here project status is actually broken up like this. That is something we might actually do. Yeah. All right, I'll figure that out later. And then we've got 33 task again. All right, parent object. Oh, it's connecting with itself. Oh. Because we've got the parent object type is nothing. Sorry, I'm just having a quick think how I could fix this. Okay, let's have a look at the code. So we're going down, having a look at all of this. So permutation, link relationship does not equal that. We're going through making sure that yes. All right. I could have a look at the parent object type. Because that's happening up here. We're not filtering out in cases where it's a meta connection to itself. All right. All right. So I am going to put in an else statement in here. I'm going to do this where the won't be the ID. Object assignment, destination, ID. It'll be the object type. Oh, sorry, the parent object ID. Oh yeah, it'll be the parent object ID. So it'll be this, the ID. All right, socks. Sorry, I need you to out of the way. Thank you. No. Alright, so what I want to do, alright, in your bed, if you're going to scoot around, I need to concentrate, socks. Alright, so what we want, we actually want this null to be true, and that's it. So I'm going to write in a comment in here, when we are not linking, when we have objects that are not linked, we want to filter out all links. All right, cool, for that object. It's as simple as that. So the destination, all right, cool, done. Now, if we wait a couple of seconds, we should hit reload. There we go. I'm going to, as a quick count, minimize this. We've got 8 now. So these 8 should be in here. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So if we have a look in here, once again, we'll just open those up. We've got task 33. That should not be happening. Task 33 is appearing once. Something's missing from in here now. But yeah. Parent object ID. Parent object ID is object assignment. I've mucked that up. Just hit enter on here without thinking. Object assignment under. And then it's got the destination in there. So in this sort of case, it'll be task ID equals null. Oh, that won't be parent object ID, object assignment under permutation destination. Yeah, no, that's all hunky dory. Let's hit refresh. Let's have a quick look. Object 8, we've got task 33, but yeah, we've got the parent object ID. Oh, I've mucked this up, haven't I? Parent link. Ah. All right, parent link. Let's go through this properly. So object filter is deleted. Doing all that. We're all happy with that. So if we've got a link relationship, that will be parent link ID. Is all of that, and then oh no, that will also be parent link, and that will also be parent link. So that should connect to all of that, and then that should be parent link is null. And then when we scroll down here, we've got the start dates. Yep, that's perfectly fine. Down here, we've got the object type parent link. We'll have link relationship. All right, that's meant to be a value. Sorry, I've mucked this all up. And then that will be permutation.parent link. And then the ID down here, parent object ID, that's going to be the parent link. All right, so I've marked everything up. All right. So, gonna hit refresh. Unsupported lookup. ID is null. All right. What line? Give me a line. Now, if permutation link, oh, are we hitting that? All right, I'm going to put a little thing on that. I'm going to go and do this. So we've hit this. So with the permutations currently at the moment, we will have the destination as requirement item. We'll have a link relationship of an empty string and a parent link of an empty string. So we should miss this completely. And then, oh, it's down here. We don't actually, yeah, we don't have a parent link. That's a mistake. All right, so all of this else statement. Oh, sorry, I use a Mac all day and I constantly screw up the shortcut keys. So we're just going to hit play. We're going to wait a little while. We are going to hit refresh. Cool. We don't have any of the object stuff in here. nor have we hit this. Oh, that's the project. All right, cool. Don't worry, I'm going crazy. So we've hit this. I'm just gonna hit play again. I'm gonna undo that. I'm just gonna hit play, go all the way through. So with the object results, we now have 7. Not ideal. We're missing 1, but we'll go through and we'll start finding out what I've done wrong and add that back in. So we have a project 1, which we know we have. We've got a task 5, which is not connected to anything. So if we have a look in here, we'll have a task 5 not connected to anything. So yeah, it's sitting there at the moment. We'll have a task 23 not connected to anything. So if we have a look in here, task 23 not connected to any I keep forgetting if these are connected or not. I don't think I've got anything connected in here at the moment. Not connected. Not connected. Requirement item. So task 33 is connected to a requirement item. And what number requirement item? 288, which is here. Okay, cool. So that is meant to be connected like that. And task 60 is also connected. All right, one thing I do want to make sure. Yeah, we've got that deleted. Oh, I've got to remember about deleting. So object assignment is deleted equals false. Got to put it in the is deleted false in there. All right, waiting a couple of seconds. I'm just going to hit refresh. So we'll only have one task under an item now. That's task 23. So if we go into here, task 23, that's connected to 288. That's item 288. Sweet. These. I'm going to scroll up. We're going to have a look. We've got 8 objects. All right, cool. We've got project 1 not connected to anything, task 5 not connected to anything, task 23 not connected to anything, task 33 not connected to anything, task 60 not connected, 23 we just checked, 33 says it's connected to 288. Task 33 is not in there, so what I want to do is, if we click on that, we'll go down into linked objects. We've only got it is and why isn't it appearing here? Is a sub object of that. I'm just going to delete that. Gonna hit refresh. I'm gonna scroll up. So project 1 is correct. 5, 23, 33, 60. 23 is in there twice. Yeah, all right. So we're not quite there yet. And then there's 60 again. Okay, So we're getting there. I just downloaded one of the 4 dummy books on SQL for free online, published 2024. That should give me a good taste, don't you think? Yeah. Essentially, what you got to learn at the start is how you filter tables, how you sort, how you order, group by, and stuff like that. And then you start learning more fun stuff where you do your joins, you do your loops, your cases, and stuff like that. You can do quite a lot in SQL. So one thing I do quite constantly at work is we've got a table where we record stuff that we're importing and stuff like that, and whether it's been processed. And what I can do is with the unique ID of that, I can, the unique ID is a reference to an external ID. It's not actually the primary key. But what I could do is I can select that unique ID, comma, count everything as count, or whatever you want to call it, from that particular table where I go, the conditions are where process equals 0, group by the unique ID, order by count descending. And that way it does all this counts and stuff like that and puts the stuff which has a lot of backlog up at the top so I can figure out why. So yeah, you can do quite a lot in SQL. It's a lot of fun. Anyway, I am probably going to leave it there tonight. We're getting somewhere. I now just got to strip back what I'm doing and figure out why we're getting multiple lines in a couple of cases. And that's just me commenting out that array that we're looping through down to specifics. And then go, all right, cool. When it's this, I need to add on these particular conditions. So yeah, I think I know what's gone wrong. In fact, in my head, something's telling me I'm going wrong. And no, I'm not going to rate anyone just yet. All right, cool. I am going to comment out these lines. So we've just got the blank tasks. And I'm going to hit refresh. And then what we should have is task with nothing, task with nothing, task with nothing, task with nothing. All right, cool. What was the task? That was 23. So we're after 23 appearing in here. Yes, it does appear in here. All right. So I think I know what I've done wrong. It's down here. I do need an else statement. I was on the right track. When we have objects that are not linked, make sure we are filtering out any with links. So what I want to do, permutation results equals permutation results dot filter. We don't need that. In fact, what we can do is we just go object assignment under, and then we go not link relationship is null equals true. That should cut out some of that. So we're just gonna wait for this to do its thing. All right, that removes everything. That's not what we want. All right. Don't want one that's just null. Just trying to think at the moment how I can do this. So This is a case where we don't want this because there'll always be something in there. What we want, object, assignment, under, it's not link relationship. We're just gonna go, it will be parent link, so that will be requirement item ID is null equals true, object assignment, that will be project ID is null equals true. So we just want to remove those particular fields, but then that leaves ones where we do have connections. All right. And I want to remove those ones. Damn it. All right. Sorry, this is actually proving a lot harder than I thought. I mean, what I could do is I could find all the linked ones first. But all right, let's just see if this one works. Okay, so we've got object results. We've got 5. 23, I think, is the one that is, yeah, that one. 33 and 60. And I don't know how to remove 23. All right, give me, oh, we've got an exclude statement. And, oh, yeah, that should work still. So we're excluding any cases where these are true. I'm hoping that gets rid of 23. So we have a look, 5. All right. And the others aren't going to appear. Why won't they appear? And we got to have the object assignment under is deleted equals false. We'll still need that put in. I fucked that up. All right, cool. Waiting a couple of seconds. Because it's like that. Still one in there. Shoot. That's the 5. So is task 60 connected to something? Linked objects. Yeah, it is. All right, no, that makes sense. Task 60 is linked to 2. So that should actually belong under there. We've actually got a problem in the current SQL, if that is the case. As a sub-object of those. Yeah. All right. So if I do something like that now, and I undo that, and undo that, I've now got task 5, task 23, task 60. So I've got 3 tasks there. Task 60, 33, and 23. Where's 5? Five should be appearing because it's not linked to anything. And I have a feeling I might need to include that in a few more places. So if it's like that, make sure that is deleted, that is deleted. Oh, they might not have any connections in there. All right, give me a couple of seconds. And welcome back. Okay, we've got that. We've got the link relationship, permalink in there. I'm having a feeling that these should actually belong in here. And then in here, we need to go object assignment . Oh, I don't think that fixes anything. Yeah, all right. So 23 is under that, 60 is under that. Yeah, that gets rid of the ones that are not in there. So So is null is false, is deleted is false. All right, so if it's deleted, we don't want to exclude it. Yeah, this one's a bit tricky. So we've got our 5 back. So our 33 that's not showing. So we've got our 5, it's our 33. All right. Okay, I'm gonna have a quick look at the data grip stuff. That's our query from yesterday that we're trying to move over. Let's go select everything from object assignment where task ID equals 33. So if we hit play, we should see stuff in here. So we've got a couple of things in here which we're all happy with. As you can see, it was a sub-object of requirement item at one particular point where we're making sure the parent link. Hang on, give me a second. Go back here. I think that's what's causing it. So let's go parent object. Let's go requirement item. I can't do it from here. But I can do it with another thing. So let's go is parent of object 1. I'm just going to put that in. We are going to go back to our data grip. We're going to rerun this. We'll see a new row in here, sub-object task. All right, and then we've got, yeah, all right, so parent link. I've got the thing absolutely incorrect. I'm just going to delete that very, very quickly. We're going to go back into the code. We are going to make a couple of changes. So, object dictionary, that's perfectly fine. I'm happy with that. When the link relationship equals nothing, what we want to do is I'm trying to think, sorry. I'm going to put these back down here, just for the moment. Because usually when you create something, you still create a group that connects to that task and that stuff like that. So actually stating that there's got to be something in here is going to be great. So a link relationship will be empty. All right. So we want to state that when it's in this, we've got the parent link and all that ID. We've got this wrong in here. So actually, no, the link relationship does go in there. And link relationship will be here. So requirement item. Is deleted as false. So that will remove that. That should, yeah. And then, if I hit refresh. With the object results, we've got 5. We've got 23, we've got 60. Yeah, we don't have 33 yet. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, we just don't have 33. And I don't know why. And I think if I delete this row, it'll be fine. Yeah. But we've still got other rows in here that connected to other groups and stuff like that. So yeah, you'll have it connected to groups and customers, and that's fine. That just means that it's something active that the users can connect to. The other thing is what we could potentially do is we can heavily lean on that. But we've got to exclude those. Okay. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to do that for the moment. Going to write permutation results equals permutation results filter. We're going to add in a queue in here. We're going to go object assignment under is deleted equals false. And instead of filtered, we're going to go exclude. I have a feeling that those are already excluded because we've done that up here. So I'm just going to add the exclude like that for the moment. We got 60, we got 23, we got 60 again, we got 33. Oh, we got 33 back. All right. And parent object ID in that like that. Okay, cool. Let's go back and start putting in the exclusion stuff. So the first one would be, if we just set this up like this, what I can actually do is I can just yank that, paste it in, do that, make it look nice. So we're excluding anything where that has been like that. And I think it might be, so we've got 60, 23, 5, all right. I think I'm going to do this a different way. I think what's actually happening is we've got this way too layered. What we want to do is exclude any task. Sorry, we need to exclude going to do something like that. We're going to do an in. And what we're going to do is object assignment dot objects dot filter. Then we're going to do a dot value, and then after that we're going to do something like that. Oh, sorry, that should be values. We are going to do that very, very quickly. All right, so in here, what we want to do is have a queue is deleted equals false, and have another queue with, I know this is going to be very, very layered, and I'm not the biggest fan of this. Yeah, I'm going to try and filter it out this way. And I don't know how efficient this is. I feel like this is getting to the point where it's very inefficient. And I need to do a smarter way of doing this. Sorry, I'm just thinking of a smarter way of doing this. We can... So we've got the sprint results up here. We can do an object assignment result up there and limit them. So we can go object assignment results equals object assignments dot objects dot filter. This is where we would do a bunch of all statements and stuff like that, and all filter it in and all that kind of stuff. No, let's not panic about that. All right, so what we want to do is we want to filter out the permalink equals that. We actually don't want to do that. We actually want to go object assignment ID in. We can get rid of that F. In fact, we can simplify this now. All right, give me 2 seconds. So object No, I'm thinking of something else. No, we need to exclude the IDs. So make sure it's all deleted. Make sure that the this will be the requirement item ID. So we're filtering out these. The parent link. In. That will be project or requirement item. All right. A link relationship. Equals sub-object. So we've got a bunch of object assignments that are like that. And we've got a bunch of IDs with them too. I believe we are simplifying this even better. So we want to exclude any IDs. So for example, task IDs that sort of match these connections already in the system. And we've filtered them all the way down to certain sort of cases. So in this sort of case with the object assignment, we shouldn't see this one line or anything like that. So, and we can quickly test that too. If we go over here, let's do this. Let's go A equals object assignment, where is deleted equals false. Let's say the, I'm just going to copy these because I'm just feeling very lazy to type it out. And let's say task ID equals 33. Got an unexpected keyword. I forgot to actually write objects.filter, so I'll do that again. There we go. Is deleted equals false. We're just going to paste those in, and we're going to go task ID equals 33. There we go. We've got a query set of nothing, so it's not going to remove that particular item. So we go over here. That should now work. Famous last words. Let's hit. All right, I cannot resolve keyword ID in the fields. All right, because we've picked parent link there. That's silly. That should be destination. That is my bad. I've just got parent links in my head at the moment. All right, let's hit refresh. So we've got 4. All right. We've got 5 with nothing. We've got 33 with nothing. We have 23 connected and 60 connected. So that should be matching what's in here. I know that this task 60 isn't really connected under there and it's annoying as hell, but hey, that's a problem with the original query that we're actually fixing right now. So yeah, that should be under requirement item 288. So that 60 should be under there. And if we hit refresh, we've got item yeah, it doesn't, if we just bump that under there again, 288, and there was another one, 23, which was under there too. So in reality, these should be lining up like this. But it's just not. See, so that is a bug, but this is fine. So let's start bringing in the other objects. And what I'll do is I will do that. And then we'll do that. And then we should get all the items now. So object results gives us still 4. So we've got task, we've got task, we've got task and task, but we don't have any projects or requirement items. That doesn't make any sense. So I'm going to do that for a bit. Going to wait a little while. Object results nothing. Might be because of this. All right, not a problem. What we can do, so we can add in an exclude parent link down here. What we could do is we can then just have nothing. Yep, that will work. So if we go back over here, I've got to actually program it in. So down here with the exclusion, now what we want to do is we want to go permutation dot exclude permalink. All right, cool. That should be parent link, not permalink. Gonna hit refresh. We're still getting object results equals none. If I do that, wait a couple of seconds. And hey, Theodore, how are you going? I'm just about to raid someone else. All right, that is failing. I'm doing something wrong here. Maybe... Maybe that. Because we should be getting something. We were getting something before with the requirement items. And I don't know why they're disappearing. I'm going to put a breakpoint there. We're going to find out why. I'm going good. Tired. It is... Oh, Jesus. It's pretty much 10:30. Yeah, I've got to finish soon. I had a big day tomorrow. Alright, so we have permutation results and query set of nothing. Alright, why? So permutation, destination, blah, blah, blah. Sprint. Let's have a look at sprint object assignment. That will have 8 in there. So the destination equals the destination. All right. Copy query. Is there a copy query? Copy value. All right. Let's have a look. Let's just bump this in here. Let's just paste it in. Let's just hit play. So we should have project ID, requirement ID. We've got 3. So in here, it's probably these two. So I'm just going to paste them down there. Been streaming almost 4 hours. Yeah, and I pretty much finished work at 5:30. Pretty much started shortly after 6:30. So, yeah. It's been long. Alright, I'm just going to hit refresh. Actually, I need to hit play. So, permutation results. Now that equals something. I'm just going to hit play. I'm going to let it play all the way through. And now we've got object results. We've got 3. So we should have 3 of the requirement items. Awesome. So what I can do now is I can start putting back in code. So I'm just going to put back in code. Like so. So that should filter out any of those weird sort of cases. Let's have a refresh. Oh, I'm just going to undo that and just go straight into it. So, object results, we've still got 3. We've got the 55, 186, and 288. So that's working really, really well. Now let's start putting in everything else, and this should hopefully give us the data we need. So I'm going to refresh and... All right. It's because we don't have the exclude on these other ones that I forgot to put in. So project would be excluding the requirement item. And the project requirement item, that one is perfectly fine like that. And then this one would be project and requirement item that we're excluding. This one we don't need to worry about. And this one we just need to do like that. We also just... There we go. All right, so let's wait a little few seconds. Let's hit refresh. So with the object results, we've got 7. All right, so something's gone wrong again. We'll have 55, 186, and 288 for the requirements, which is what we want. Then we've got the 5 for the task, 33 for the task, 23 for the task, 60 for the task, and we don't have the project. So we're missing project 1. And I don't know if it's with any of those. So if I go into project 1, we scroll all the way down to our linked objects. It is connected to project 2. That should not be blocking it. Yeah, that should not be blocking it. But we are getting very close to getting this working, and it's one of those weird sort of cases. This is what happens when business logic goes mental. All right, so got our permutation results. We've got our exclude permulinks. I'm going to, oh, for fuck's sakes. I am going to do that. What I'm going to do is I'm going to put a breakpoint here, and we're going to test this again. All right. We have a query set here of 1, which is what we want. If we bump this forward, oh, socks, be careful. I'm going to put the breakpoint there. We've now got a query set of nothing. I think I need to limit this down. Yeah, I'm gonna need to limit this down. Shoot. Okay, so I'm just trying to think how I would do this in a very clean and easy way so people can read it. I would limit this down into a subset early on, make sure that we're only dealing with IDs that are connected to the sprints themselves. So this would go up here. that sucks. I need my space. Come on. No, no, no. I would do object assignment results. No, come on. Don't sit on the mouse. Results equals the object assignment dot objects dot filter. Straight away, we're just doing the queues. We want to get rid of all the deleted stuff and so forth like that. So straight away is deleted equals false. We then want to do an and. We then want to do another queue. We then want to do another queue in here where the let's say the project ID in equals, and then we've got the sprint object assignment results. Oh, fuck off. Sorry, excuse my French. It auto-completed stuff I did not want it to do. We want the project ID is null equals false, and then the values to be project ID, easy done. And then we've got another queue where this will be the task ID, the requirement item ID. Like so. And that will be task ID in sprint object assignment filter task ID is another values is going to be task ID. So that should filter out everything that we kind of need. It's a messy clunker of a thing. I could do something like that. So we're getting everything with in the object assignment where that's all connected. And then we could do something like that. Okay, and then this will be object assignment results dot filter because we no longer need the objects. We won't need the is deleted because all of them that will be carried up in there, and then we need that where the parent link ID in that, and that should in theory limit everything down. To just what we need in here. Sorry, I'm just going to go back with this particular one, and I'm just going to do this. I'm figuring out ways I can really, you know, shrink this down. So this will be requirement item if it's a requirement item. So that will be the parent link equals requirement item. Oh, that one will be requirement item. Sorry, my bad. That one will be project. Now, I don't think we need this one because we're limiting to all the choices that we want to filter out, and there will always be either a project ID or a requirement ID. We don't care if they're connected anywhere else. So yeah, we've got that. So coming down here, yeah, we should be filtering those ones out. So I'm just going to go back over here again. I'm going to hit refresh. We've hit this again. Yes, Ox. Yes. I'm just going to hit play a bunch of times. All right, cool. So, doing this again. I'm going to hit refresh. We're going over here. So, we've hit this one. We've got the permutation results. We should have everything in here. We've got one result in here. And we're like, great. With these query results, we've got a bunch of them, which is great. So if I fling to the next line, I was meant to go through that. Whoops. Gets rid of them again. Why do you get rid of them? Oh, I'm not filtering for... My... Sorry, I'm having a quick think. I think I'm not filtering for the destination in here. So this will be permutation dot destination ID. This will be an equals. And hey, how are you going? Actually, this will be is null, is going to be a false here. I am just trying to figure this out before I have to raid. So yeah, long time no see. Yeah, I have been busy too. All right, I'm just going to hit, this should all be playing and stuff like that. I'm just going to hit refresh. We've jumped over here. I'm just going to bump over into here. What I could potentially do is I can then do a subfilter on this to actually figure out what's exactly going wrong. And then we're going down here and we've got one result now. And I'm going to undo these. But yeah, I think I've simplified that up a bit. If we go back over here, we've got the, let's close that project. We've got the object results. We've got the one in there. All right, cool. Let's make sure I haven't broken anything else. Let's do all that. I got to go. There's some noise outside. All right, anyway, have fun. Thank you for popping by. All right, let's have a look. I'm going to close this project. We've got requirement item 55. We've got a requirement item 186 and requirement item 288. So if we have a look, we've got item 288, 55, and 186. So that's correct. And then from here, we've got project 1. Sweet, it's not connected to anything. We've also got task 5, not connected to anything. Task 33, not connected to anything. Task 22, connected to 288. And task 60, connected to 288. And that is correct. I am going to say, holy hell, that was a difficult session. So we've got a bunch of that. I'm going to go remove static. We've got a bunch of that now. I'm going to say git checkout B for new branch, and this is going to be sprint API. Git add everything, git status, git commit, initial commit for the sprint API calls to improve data. We're going to do that. Anyway, I'm going to call it there, just because I'm just exhausted over this now. I'll need to do a lot of testing for this over the next couple of weeks and stuff like that. The idea being is, yeah, putting this in the API gets rid of that inline SQL. We fix a massive critical issue. We can roll out a fix and so forth like that. So let's find someone to raid. We can raid Togglebit back. I'm gonna say, yeah, let's raid Togglebit back. All right, cool. Let's go raid Togglebit. All right, cool. Anyway, thank you very much everyone for coming tonight. It has been wonderful. We got it finally done. I mean, well, when I say finally done, we're getting there. We still got to test the bejeevers out of it. So yeah, hopefully it all works. Hopefully when we connect the front end up and we do our thorough testing and our unit testing and so forth like that, everything just falls into place and we're like, all right, cool. This is good. This is what we want and so forth like that. Yeah, you know. Anyway, let's hit the raid button. Anyway, thank you very much. And for those on YouTube, sorry you can't follow us with the raid, but don't forget to like and subscribe because that does actually help the channel. So yeah, thank you very much.